Mayor Parton,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Joyner,
Here.
Counselor Harris,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham,
Here.
Counselor Holloway.
All right. Is there a motion to allow Mayor Parton and Counselor Harris to participate remotely?
So move.
Second that?
Motion's been moved by Counselor Pelham and seconded by Counselor Joyner. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Didn't have the statement.
I'm
That's called.
sorry. Mayor Parton, can you say why you're joining remotely?
Sure. I'm on vacation and I'm out in Sonoma County, California.
Thank you. Counselor Harris?
Yes.
they want you to explain why you are participating remotely.
Medical reasons here at home.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Counselor Harris and Mayor Parton, you guys can drop off the line to go ahead and try to join in the back room so that IT can get you guys set up, and we'll just do the motion for going to closed session.
Okay.
Is there a
Thank
motion?
y'all.
Thanks.
Thank you. Is there a motion to move into closed session?
Read a statement.
I move to go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 20.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters, including board and commission appointments, the assignment and performance of specific appointee and employees of City Council, and to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby.
Second.
Did someone just second it?
Yes. Motion's been made by Counselor Denton and seconded by Counselor Pelham. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll be reconvening in closed session.
All right.
I'll ask for, for joining us. I apologize for the delay. I'd like to call the meeting back to order in open session. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, second by Counselor Joyner. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris? Is he back on?
And they're joining remotely, so we'll circle back after the roll and just try to connect with them again.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Can you please read the certification?
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussion and closed meeting. Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, before we can start our work session, I know that it's going to be expedited. We do have a couple items for action that we need to close out. Is there a motion to appoint Ms. Susan Benton to the Downtown Design Review, Counselor Joyner to the Metropolitan Planning Organization,
Counselor Denton.
Counselor Denton to the Metropolitan Planning Organization?
So move.
Motion's been properly moved by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please add to the pending list for there to be a resolution our next meeting for the non-voting member for a particular board that we're gonna.
This Counselor Harris is calling me. Do you want me to take this and put him on, or
You
have?
can contact IT to get assistance.
Okay,
Make a note for the pending list that we need to work with the city attorney to do a resolution for appointing a non-voting member to a board.
appointing a non-board member.
A non-voting member to a board. And then also for you to contact Ms. Jenkins on the Planning Commission to verify if she still wants to serve. And for you to advertise the vacancies on that board.
And for me to advertise the vacancies?
On the Planning Commission.
Okay.
Okay. We're gonna move into our work session. WS1 modification development of 3609 Oakland Boulevard. Director Ward presenting.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of City Council. Tonight we have a modification to development standards application. It references 3609 Oaklawn Boulevard, also identified as parcel 0890915. The owner of this property is a Bobby N. Redding, and the applicant is Gina Penny, who is an agent for the property owner. She actually works for a sign company. The existing zoning is B4 Corridor Development District, and the future land use plan designation for this property is Interchange Commercial. Property is located in Ward 7, and it's actually the Advanced Auto Parts property. The applicant is applying to request a second freestanding sign at this second entrance. So the property is located between Oaklawn Boulevard and Woodlawn, has two entrances, one from each of those major thoroughfares, but our ordinance only allows for one freestanding sign. They used to have a non-conforming second entrance sign there, but it was destroyed by vehicle impact. The new sign that they are proposing to replace the previous sign actually will conform with the city's freestanding sign specifications, and it's pictured here. And here's another image of what it'll look like. Again, the previous sign did not conform to the city's sign specs. This sign will. There are 4 considerations when reviewing a modification to development standards application. Real quickly, the granting does not constitute a variance, special exception, conditional use, or a rezoning. The applicant is not requesting the addition of the second sign due to financial reasons. The modification does not amend a property-specific condition imposed by council. And the applicant did not create the condition that has led to the submission of this application. For these reasons, staff recommends approval of this requested second entrance sign for 3609 Oak Lawn Boulevard. And the Planning Commission also recommends approval, which they had a vote of 3-0 at their November 2nd meeting. Available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? All right, Counselor Pelham?
Yes. Did this action, raise your interest in your office to go down that entire corridor to make sure all the signs were conducive to our ordinance?
Yes, so our ordinance states if a sign is non-conforming, it can remain non-conforming until such time as it's 50% or more damaged. Actually, our office would really like to see a revision to our sign ordinance that in situations like this where you have 2 primary traffic corridors on either side of the business, where it would permit additional signage just by right. It currently does not allow that.
And that was my other record, was my other statement. Why don't we make an ordinance to say that when we have a corridor like that Oak Lawn and Winston Churchill, I don't know if they're anymore in the city, I can't right now think about it. But if they are, just make an ordinance to cover it so you won't have to come up every time.
Correct, we agree.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, another thing, the signs though, when they, like Wawa and McDonald's or whatever, the bushes around the signs, there needs to be some restrictions because you have to ease out, especially at Wawa, in that first entrance from that traffic light traveling east, and it's real dangerous. And both spots really, the way you exit that on Winston Churchill side and McDonald's, is a bush that kind of protrudes and it inhibits your sight.
I agree with that too. Our ordinance does require foundation plantings for freestanding signs, but through the review process, we should probably take a better look at what they're actually proposing for that landscaping and things that may not get so large where they obstruct view. That's a very good point.
Look at those 2 places too, so that they can be changed. I mean, they can push them back or cut them back.
Certainly.
The only comment I have, since there are no lights, is when you do your review and make a recommendation, I would also say look at Wendy's. They have a new sign, and when you're pulling out, you can actually see down the road at all because the sign is literally to the edge of the road. So just think about when cars are turning, having clearance to be able to see down the road. Is there anything else you want to share before we move on to the regular meeting?
That's all for me.
All right, we apologize for your delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving into our regular meeting, time is 8:04. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please. Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
Here.
All right, Madam Clerk, whenever you get the mayor and Council Harris online virtually, just let me know so I can know to include them in the discussion. All right, thank you for joining us again. We have our prayer tonight by Reverend Hart, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag of the United States of America, led by Councilor Denton. Please stand.
Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord, as your servants gather together, Lord, to discuss the governing of the people and the city of Hopewell, that you would fill this room, Lord, that you would touch hearts and minds, Lord, because we know that you're the supreme governor. Help them to make the right decision as they prepare to take on whatever this city needs for its governing, for the building of it, oh God, in the name of Jesus. And Lord, we thank you for you being here with us in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'm sorry, I said yeah. The motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Yes. Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Denton. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton?
Recording in progress.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Yes. Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We're moving on to information and presentations. In tonight's agenda, we have two individuals scheduled to present. Just as a reminder, presentations are limited to 10 minutes. That includes the presentation and Q&A, so please be mindful to leave time at the end if you want to have some conversation. First person we have up is One Digital Insurance presentation with Director Yoska Smith and Mary Jones from One Digital. Thank you, Counselor Harris. We recognize that you're on the line. I'll call on you in a moment. If you have anything to share, if I don't recognize you, please don't feel free to let us know that you have something to say.
Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight, Mary Jones, our benefits consultant with One Digital, will be presenting an update on our health insurance renewal plan for 2024-2025. Excuse my voice.
Well, good evening. I believe all of you should have received the presentation, because really all I'm here to do tonight is kind of let you know where we're at as we prepare for the renewal for the July 2024 cycle. So really just going to go through a brief summary of what happened this year through this renewal, kind of the goals and strategies for the plan going forward. Go through some benchmark information as well as some planning notes for the 2024 plan year. And we'll end with an open enrollment timeline. So basically on the first page, just to kind of refresh everybody where we ended up for this plan year that we're currently in. For the medical, dental, and vision, we had a 0% increase, which was wonderful news for the city and the employees. And then you can see we also continued offering the benefits, the voluntary benefits through AFLAC, VSP Vision, and Delta Dental. On the next slide, I just wanted to kind of give you an idea of what the lay of the land looks like today, because it's really more than just employee benefits for active employees. Today, everything that you offer to your employees is really kind of housed under the Anthem umbrella. So you can see the medical, dental, vision, EAP for your active employees, as well as the post-65 retirees and pre-65 retirees. In addition to those benefits, you also have your disability, so the short and long-term disability that you're required to offer to your hybrids, and the disability that you're extending to the Plan 1 and Plan 2 employees as well. So it kind of sits all under one umbrella. From a marketing perspective, certainly no, we can make this happen, but I just want everybody to kind of understand that From a marketing perspective, if we were to look outside of Anthem, that would mean that we're probably going to be bringing in 3 separate solutions. We'd have to bring in one specifically for the medical, the active employees and the pre-65 retirees, and then a solution for the post-65 retirees, because that would have to be through a Medicare type platform, and then the other benefits such as the dental, vision, and EAP. The next page is really just kind of highlighting, the goals and actions that we're kind of gravitating for or towards for the next plan year. So certainly our intent is to continue to offer a competitive benefit package to hopefully help the city attract and retain great talent. That's the number one goal. We want to keep the cost as minimal as possible and keep the plans as robust as we can. And seek, take advantage of any opportunities where we can find positive financial results for both the employees and the city. Our goal is, again, to maintain good benefits, and, we want to balance the need for any renewal increases, and focus on and evaluate the well-being initiative that you currently offer to the employees, which is really a great incentive program. From a benchmarking perspective, just to kind of see how you all stack up to some of your competitors. And this year, we actually broadened the benchmark because historically we've taken you and compared you to other local governments and public school systems. Because kind of historically, that's kind of where your talent pool, if they left, that's usually where they were going. But now we're finding that, more folks that are leaving the public space in general and going to the private sector. So we compared the data. So the good news is from a benchmark perspective, the city is in line from a benchmark as far as the plan designs that you offer and the premium contribution. So the portion that the city picks up is pretty significant and a great benefit to the employees. So you're definitely in line there. You also, from a health savings account, so those folks that participate in a high deductible plan, you actually are above the benchmark on what you give those folks into their health savings account. So that's a great thing. So you're definitely ahead of the benchmark from that perspective. And then as far as the actual planning, we anticipate that the renewal will come in approximately with single digits. We anticipate that the renewal will be available in February, and some of the assumptions will be made as part of the renewal, just like it was last year, because you are participate in the local choice program. And there's some data that we're not privy to, nor is the city, and so we have to make some assumptions as far as how the local choice pool is running, as well as the prescription drug utilization. From a marketing perspective, we're recommending not to go to market. We went to market last year, and if you recall, we ended up with a 0% increase, and we didn't have any competitive offers in the market to compete with local choice. I suspect we're going to be in a very similar situation this year. So our recommendation is to consider to basically stay with local choice. Because with that, certainly with marketing, also there's some potential disruption. And when we look at provider disruption, prescription drugs, and certainly the retiree coverage, I don't want to lose sight of that, because that's, something that folks have worked for many, many years. And several years back, we had switched the retiree coverage, and it caused some heartburn for folks, and understandably so. So, certainly that plays a part in it. Our recommendation from a well-being perspective is to continue the plan that you have in place to encourage folks to just pay attention to what they have going on and encourage them to go have their annual physicals and things like that, because that we all need to do that, quite honestly. And then the last page is just really a timeline. So this is just to give you an idea when we can expect information. So like I said, the renewal we anticipate receiving in February. Local choice is going to require decisions by the 25th. And these dates are, they are not firm yet. Local Choice has not released their dates for the 2024 renewal cycle yet. So these are dates based off of what has historically happened. So we're anticipating around March 25th is when the decisions will need to be made. Data sheets, as far as what needs to be provided to Local Choice, will be due by April 1st, and open enrollment will need to be held May 1st through the 16th. And then anybody who wants to make changes, that would be in and around the 22nd of May. Any questions, if we have time?
Any questions? No? Okay, I see no lights. Thank you so much for your presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening.
Thank you. Next presentation we have is Economic Development Updates from Director Bennett.
Vice Mayor Gore, members of council, thank you so much for the opportunity to have this presentation this evening. So I want to give a little short end of the year recap on some significant things that have happened, and also take the opportunity to thank some of our partners who have been instrumental in some of the activities recently in economic development in the city of Hopewell. So as many of you who have been at the city for some time know, the city of Hopewell owns an ice rink, and it's been set up by Recreation and Parks in the past in different locations, most recently at Mathis Field. This year we decided in Department of Tourism to work closely with Recreation and Parks to get that ice rink set up in the downtown area. And so I'm pleased to announce that the Hopewell Ice Rink is set up in the former Broyhill Ford showroom on the corner of Portress and East Randolph Road. And I want to just give some special thanks to people who made that happen. W.E. Bowman and Francisco Landing allowed for the use of the space, the decorations, and all of the utilities at no cost to the city of Hopewell for the time that we're there. Advan 6 sent volunteer laborers to help us put the rink together. Win Workplace Install Network, which is a new business in Hopewell. They provided the transportation for the ice rink. Galaxy Signs and Graphics, which is a local company on East Broadway, made the banners for the outside of the building. The Lamb Arts group came in with interior decorations, a photo wall, and a stand, and then a Hopewell Proud poster. They've also provided arts and crafts kits for the children who aren't skating while they're there with their families. City Point Ice Cream and Burgers, they're providing advertising for free on their electronic billboard outside of the town. And then our partners internally, the Hopewell Downtown Partnership, the Department of Communications, Recreation and Parks, and Public Works. So this has been a big win for the city and for our downtown for this holiday season. And we've only been open 3 days, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And we've already surpassed numbers that we've ever seen in the past for participation. We actually almost ran out of skates on Saturday night. It was pretty amazing, the number of families that were coming. So I would just like to encourage council, members, if you would stop by sometime on a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night and let members in your wards know about this city asset that we are utilizing in the downtown. And thanks to all the partners in the industry who had a part of making it come together. The second thing I wanted to bring up as some really good news as we close out the year, some significant things that have happened in economic development. I mentioned earlier the Win Workplace Install Network company. They are moving their headquarters into 710 South 6th Street, and some of you may remember this as the former Hercules building, and most recently the Evonik building on the corner of Winston Churchill and 6th Street. That was purchased by a investor, Ray Miller, and he has brought this company here to the city. They're not quite moved in yet. They do have some equipment outside being stored. They're still doing some renovations. And last I checked with them, they're waiting on their broadband connection and Columbia Gas, which may have been been done, but it'll be done very shortly. And as I mentioned earlier, they provided the truck transportation to bring the ice rink over. This is a fantastic company that's coming. They provide all kinds of support to office users. I was talking to the gentleman who was bringing the truck, driving the truck, bringing the ice rink over, and they had been in New Jersey and Delaware and up and down the East Coast doing installations, and they utilize residents of Hopewell who are employed in their business, so it's very exciting to have them here. I'm also pleased to announce that we did secure the Virginia Brownfield grant that we had applied for the due diligence at the purchase of the 2 acres of industrial property at 15 Reverend C.W. Harris Street. So that was a big win. It's a $50,000 grant to take care of all the due diligence for that acquisition, and we're excited about that. Today was the grand opening of the Brew and Blossom Coffee Company inside of Artisan Alley. So we now have from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday. We have fresh coffee back in downtown Hopewell. So I encourage anybody to stop by. And they're utilizing a variety of different coffee roasters. So there's a variety of coffees that you'll be able to try there. The Downtown Pups finished their moving into their new location this past weekend at 246 East Broadway. It's a larger location. As council may remember, there was a conditional use permit process that we went through, led by planning and with the help from the Planning Commission as well through that process. And so they will be starting their overnight boarding, but it's great to have them in that new location. I'm working as Heather with the Hopewell Downtown Partnership is with me today. We're working with the owner of their former location to re-tenant that and with another business, so we're excited about that. Hopewell also, within the last quarter, experienced some great exposure in the Manufacturers Association world with our accelerated offshore local Hopewell manufacturer. You may recognize the former Hopewell News building, which was bought by Mr. Bosch, and he is building very high-end special offshore boats, and he actually won the Gold Cup for the Virginia Manufacturers Cup award and got a lot of recognition, and so we're proud to have that type of manufacturer here and get that exposure for the city of Hopewell. I think that this year has been a really great year of planning strategically some of the other projects that we're working on, and we're getting some momentum, and I think that 2024 is going to be a fantastic year. So thank you guys so much for letting me do this presentation, and I'm open to any questions or comments at this time.
Thank you. Counselor Pelham?
Yes, can I suggest on the ice rink, if you contact Dr. Hackney and see if during this break you can put advertisement on their little marquees.
Yeah, absolutely. So Kayla Hawks, Director of Communications, we've contacted all the schools, invited schools, and we've had a good response from the schools already coming out. Yeah, so we.
Exactly, can use the marquee too, though.
Oh yes,
To remind
that's
people as they pass
that's a
by.
great idea. We will ask about use of the marquee as well.
Thank you.
I'm a little concerned. Too many people will come right now.
I thought about that too.
As I said, we only
Maybe part of you listen to these.
absolutely.
I don't know. But what does the Win Workplace do? This an installation company?
Everything associated with furniture and business. So everything from the electronics, the wiring, the installation of the furniture, the deinstallation. The gentleman who I was with was talking about how that they were going to deinstall furniture from one company that was getting new furniture in, and then they repurpose, recycle, push on to different brokers. But anything associated with office solutions, essentially.
Do they work with schools as well?
I believe they do work with schools. They work in the medical field. They work in the government field. So yeah, I'll be happy to put them in touch with
I
you.
need his number.
I'll be happy to share it. Yeah.
And, all right, thank you for your work. Looking good. Thank you so much for all the development you've done. It's very pleasing.
It's a great team. I'm so happy to work with all the developers in the city of Hopewell, all of the directors and the team that the city managers put together. It's a fantastic team, and we're making a lot of progress.
You're a great leader. Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you very much. Happy holiday.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're moving on to communication from citizens. I will ask the clerk to please read this statement out loud while I set our timer to make sure that everyone is held accountable to the time. The first speaker we have is Mr. Travis, and forgive me if I pronounce your last name incorrectly. Is it Burrow? Burrows. Okay, you can walk up while the clerk reads the statement for communication from citizens.
Communications from citizens, period, limited in total time to 30 minutes, is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the presiding officer. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of council. See Rules 405 and 406.
Thank you so much. Can you please state your name and where you reside in the city?
My name is Travis Burrows. I reside in Ward 3.
Ward 3, thank you. You have 3 minutes for your comments, sir.
All right. Good evening, council members. I have a few words I would like to share with you from my perspective as a young man just starting into my adult life. The national poverty level is around 12.6%. The city of Hopewell is upwards of 24. That's twice the national poverty level. And yet Hopewell taxes its citizens like we're Williamsburg. You guys push us further into poverty and wonder why the crime rate is up and why the city honestly looks like crap. Furthermore, my father has come up here countless times to talk about the conditions of the roads, and he's, hasn't even gotten an empty promise. Nothing. Nothing has been done to improve them. Nothing at all. Our public safety is trying to be present and do their jobs to keep us safe and reduce the crime. Collective bargaining was brought up, and the city leadership continuously drags its feet. I have heard a couple of council members state that they would want to wait until all city employees can be included in this. You might want to read state code on that, because I think you'll find out you're trying to take something that doesn't belong to any of you. We, the citizens, have come to you several times asking for these issues to be corrected, and time again, nothing is done. Talk is cheap. We have paid for action. I am the future, and I will not allow for this to be what my future looks like. Y'all have got a lot of work to do starting tonight. Merry Christmas, and y'all have a blessed one.
Thank you, too. Okay, the next speaker that we have tonight is Mark Burrows.
Sorry.
It's okay.
This has all the smart stuff.
When you get a second, please just restate your name and your ward, and you have 3 minutes.
My name's Mark Burrows. I'm Ward 3. More or less just piggybacking off of what my son was saying. Him and I were talking the other day. Multiple times I've gotten up here and talking about the condition of the roads. The gentleman over here was talking about tourism in Hopewell. We know that the Five and Dime is big in Hopewell. It brings lots of motorcyclists, lots of car clubs, things like that through. Yet there's very few restaurants that people are willing to eat at in Hopewell that pass through. There's nothing that screams, hey, stop here. This is a nice pit stop on your journey today. The roads are absolutely atrocious for motorcycles, and any lowered car club coming through here is going to scrape the crap out of the bottom of their vehicle going over all the potholes over there on Route 10. Even after repaving, the manhole covers now set roughly 3 inches below the surface of the pavement. I can tell you as a professional truck driver, it feels great riding over that every day. Probably part of the problem I have with my spine at the moment. But there's so many things that could be getting done that are constantly brought up to y'all as a council, that we as the public who take time out of our day to come up here and speak with y'all, take time out of y'all's day to sit here and listen to us raise our issues, and then it falls on deaf ears. I've sat here and I've watched the vast majority of y'all sit there and carry on sidebar conversations while people are up here raising their issues. At the last meeting, there was a young lady who was sitting here literally talking about how her house was fixing to go into foreclosure. She's a Marine veteran. How many of y'all took the time to notify her that the Hopewell City has got a tax break for military veterans? How many of y'all pulled her aside and let her know that she could find some relief in that? Because if you didn't, you failed her as a leader of the city, and you failed any other veteran that may have been sitting in here. And if you truly are taxing our homes at the Williamsburg rate instead of the Hopewell rate, then you have failed every resident of this city, because our homes are not worth Williamsburg prices. Our homes are worth Hopewell prices. If you want to get Williamsburg money, make Hopewell more like Williamsburg. Make it a place where people want to go. Make it a place where people feel safe. Hopewell is currently rated, out of a possible 100 score, we are rated 20 for safety. You are one in, Yeah, thank you. 1 in 309 residents of this city will become the victim of a violent crime over the next year, per Data USA. 1 in 54 will become the victim of a property crime, burglary, theft, auto theft, specifically those three, here in Hopewell. Virginia is 1 in 68. For the violent crime, Virginia is 1 in 440. The national average is even better than Virginia's. So on a national level, we suck with safety.
Can you just start wrapping it up? The time expired.
Yes, ma'am. On a national level, and when compared to Virginia overall, we suck with safety, we suck with crime prevention, and rather than doing what's necessary to get quality police officers in here, we continue to kick a can down the road. We continue to allow a council that fails to take any action. And it's time that y'all start doing what you were elected to do. If you can't, then just resign and let somebody else fill the seat that is willing to do your job for you. Thank you, and I hope y'all have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, too. All right, the next person that we have signed up is Mr. Reynolds, Dr. Reynolds. Please state your name and ward, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Paul Reynolds. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and Ms. Best.
Madam Vice Mayor, can I?
You can give them to the clerk, and she can pass them around.
We have
I'll pause your time.
a one-page document for each of you. I am here not only as a citizen, but as the chairman of your planning commission and representing all 4 planning commissioners, and what I'm advocating here, which is that Hopewell do the simple thing of adding a request to the state to be allowed to explore and possibly employ what's known as split value taxation on property in Hopewell. The request is simply to add the request to the state legislature. It obligates the city in absolutely no way whatsoever. It just simply puts in the request to the state. You would be joining Richmond and Roanoke and Poquoson and Fairfax and other cities that are now trying to add themselves to this list of cities that are requesting split value taxation. Split value taxation allows the community to tax land improvement and improvements on the land separately. Right now, we assess land, we assess property, improvements on property, and then we tax them at the same rate, $1.13 per hundred. What split value taxation would allow you to do is to tax improvements at one rate and land at another rate. And often when SVT is applied, what you do is you reduce the rate on improvements and you increase the rate on land. And what this does is encourage people to make improvements to their property because they won't be taxed as heavily for that. and it encourages owners of blighted properties and undeveloped properties to do something with them because their land, which is not being used effectively for the city of Hopewell, their taxes on that land will go up by using split value taxation. That, in a nutshell, is what this technique does. Again, what we're advocating for you is to just simply add to the wish list that you're constructing right now for the state legislature to include the split value taxation request that Hopewell be allowed to explore this and implement it if it chooses to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
We can't take questions, and as a reminder, we can't discuss items that are on the agenda. So we'll just consider this as just the information that you gave us for an item to consider.
Madam Mayor, we've been discussing during the presentation.
No, can't
I
discuss.
mean, when he presents.
We can waive the rules to do it. We want to get to that part.
When we get to Mr. Bragg's presentation.
You can consider waiving the
Yeah, well,
rules.
we can
but-
add things to that agenda. Okay. Amend it. Yes. That way.
All right, any other questions? Any other comments under communication from citizens? Anyone in the audience that wished to speak that did not sign up? Okay, thank you. Okay, just please state your name and the ward, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Well, I'm Shirley Hummel, and I live in Ward 3. And I just wanted to say that this meeting was supposed to start at 7:30, and it started at 8 o'clock. And the meeting before this was supposed to start at 7:30, and it started, I don't know, 8:10, 8:15. And this is kind of a business here, and it should be run in an orderly fashion so that the public who's waiting to participate can participate in a timely fashion. And we only have so much time, so if you all show up on time, then we can speak in our time. And that's all I really wanted to say. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a nice holiday. All right, we're going to move forward to public hearings. We don't have any in this meeting. We're going to drop down to regular business. R1, resolution for mixed use on Main Street grant. Director Bennett.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Gore, members of council. I'm going to, for the sake of time, be very abbreviated. We are requesting council to pass a resolution that enables us to make application for a mixed use on Main Street grant for $500,000. This would be for the rehabilitation of a building on East Broadway. Some of you may remember it as known formerly as the Treasure Hunt Building. So the application has been prepared by the Hopewell Downtown Partnership, working in concert with myself. And if awarded this grant, the monies would come to the city of Hopewell, and we would be administering them from the city of Hopewell to the private owner through a low-interest loan, and there would be performance agreements and requirements in that document for the monies, and it would also be agreements required through the administration from the Community Housing Development Authority as well. So that's probably, we could jump right into questions unless there's anything else that I need to say about that.
Okay, thank you. I see several lights. I just want to make sure I have the order correct. I see Counselor Pelham. I think I saw Counselor Denton and Counselor Joyner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have your light ready?
Yeah.
No, I mean, did you
No,
have-
I didn't have it
So
yet.
I see Pelham and then Joyner. Go ahead.
Okay. In the resolution, you said something about performance agreement. Can that be added to the?
Yes.
Resolution?
It's actually in the very last sentence of the resolution now. We will just amend that to say, the very last sentence of the backup to the resolution, the information page, speaks about the low-interest loan being administered.
I'm talking about the resolution itself.
The resolution has the attachment with all the information.
I read that, but I'm saying I want it in the resolution.
Okay.
not making it taxing. Just like whereas, one of the whereas lines.
Okay, yes, happy to amend that to say that it will be with a
Performance agreements
performance agreement.
and penalties therein.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we can work with the city attorney on the modification to that.
I mean, that's my recommendation. I don't know if we can.
Yeah. So just understanding the resolution, I just want to,
I know, but
But what we vote on is what you go by, so you want to make sure you have your word correct.
one second.
That was your only comments as penalties, performance agreement penalty?
For the project, I mean, I'm glad Heather, I guess you.
Heather did all the legwork. Yeah, Heather did all the legwork. I'm going to take all the credit.
All right, that's the way to do it. Thank you for bringing other businesses to the city and, the gentleman left. I think we are still trying to make Hopewell a destination and hopefully with the,
Hopewell will be a destination.
yeah, I know, you're working hard at it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Counselor Joyner.
Yes, I wanted to also reiterate what Councilor Pelham said in that, in this resolution, I would like for there to be a line that makes it in sync with the IRF requirements that are already, that DHCD is going to put in. But we are paying the price right now for a lack of performance requirements in a lot of things. I don't want that to ever happen again.
Yes, ma'am. I 100% understand. The resolution as presented is a form resolution from the IRF
Right.
grant application that pretty much we followed with minor modifications. Adding the sentence, I don't think will be a problem. What's most important is the resolution has nothing to do between the property owner and between the city of Hopewell. What's most important is the agreement for the distribution of funds, which is where we're going to button it up really tight.
I understand, but I just want this resolution that we're voting on, that our names are down here, to have that sentence in there.
Counselor Joyner, what specific sentence do you want?
Just the time sensitive, like, so to complete this project by a certain time. On that second phrase, whereas this is a non-emergent.
What is the timeline they're supposed to have this completed?
So
Yes.
The IRF grant has to be completed within 18 months.
Yes,
By
okay.
by
The grant or the project?
the project.
Project.
Yeah, so
18
once awarded, the money has to be spent properly within 18 months.
I just want it on this.
What council is requesting is something in addition to that, which we would want to make sure
It's
gets
in sync.
in sync, but also when we talk about penalties, for instance, there's no penalties that come from the Department of Housing and Community Development, other than taking the funds back, right?
We understand, we just want, we want clarity in our document, because we act
That's
on the
all.
resolution, so I'm just making sure I have the notes. Any other additions?
No, and I'm excited about this property being rehabbed. It's an important property on East Broadway, and I want to thank both of you for all of the work that's gone into this, and look forward to great results.
Okay,
Thank you.
before I go to Counselor Pelham, thank you. I want to check to see if anyone online has a comment, then I have a comment. All right, hearing none, so just tracking that we need to insert city attorney, if council agrees, a whereas where it says the performance, mention performance agreement and penalties therein. Also inserting 18 months for the duration of the project. My recommendation is two things. One is the further resolve section, where it says for the submittal of this is for the to apply. Just want to make sure we're clear that she's just applying. Okay. That's what she's submitting as the application. And then my other recommendation is, since this does have money and we talked about grant, that before an agreement, a final contract or agreement is done, it comes back before council. Okay. We're just approving the ability to apply.
Before the city manager signs.
Signs any contract, if they were given the grant money that comes back to council.
Yes.
That's my suggestions. Counselor Pelham, you had your light raised again?
Can you explain to me that once we get the money and we loan the money to them, they have 20 years to pay it back?
So it's a minimum requirement when you're taking money and you're distributing it to a private owner, that it's a minimum requirement of an interest rate and that it's amortized at a certain timeline, which is 20. It could be dealt with. There's all kinds of examples and models of how it's done differently, but these are the. It's customized. That's correct. And Vice Mayor Gore hit the nail on the head. The only thing the resolution is for the permission to apply for it, which is what we're at now. And I'm certainly open to adding all the other things to it, but
I'm not asking to
yeah.
add it, I need to know that for myself.
Sure.
I just want to know if that's negotiable as well.
Yeah, these are minimums that you see. That text language in there comes straight from the Industrial Revitalization
I
Fund.
understand.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Denton.
You know what I'm gonna ask? Do we have any, you say 3 apartments over top?
So this loan, this grant is specific for mixed use on Main. You have to have both a retail and
Okay.
a commercial, a residential component, mixed use.
Right, but can you elaborate a little bit on the apartments? There are 3, how many square feet in each one? And
So I will tell you that they all meet the requirement of our B1 zoning. The building is, like most all the lots on East Broadway, it's a narrow, deep building. It will be in alignment with our zoning ordinance for B1 apartments.
Okay. So we don't have any, like, rentals, nothing, how much they're gonna rent for, are they?
So the goal is for a market rate, which right now for apartments of that size are renting in the city roughly between $1,250 and $1,400 a month. I actually had a call with a large apartment owner a little ways, maybe a couple miles away, and they're actually, as they turn over apartments, as people move out, they're raising at least $100 a month right now on every one they turn over. So.
Okay, will council be able to stipulate anything on these apartments?
So if the person comes before you with, like when the drawings are submitted downstairs for the permits, if there's anything that's not in accordance with our B1 zoning for the size of the apartments, then it would have to come through for a variance or something to that effect, a modification. And that would be Mr. Ward and his group, and they would come up and talk to you about those. There's nothing in this resolution where we would be stipulating those type of things at this level, and we have to be careful on things that we are stipulating and make sure it's in accordance with law and fair housing and things like that as well.
Okay. When is this application due?
The application actually was due a few weeks ago. We received a variance basically to apply after this meeting. I let the folks know that we would not be able to make the complete application until after our meeting in December.
Okay. I'm just gonna say I'll support this for right now, but to what Counselor Denton I think is getting at is we're being asked to support a lot of money, and we don't even really know the project.
The city is being asked to support $0.
I'm so sleepy. I'm so excited.
I apologize.
So like, and so yeah, we don't even know the project, and so having an understanding so she can look at to see what is being asked of us, and also in the past when we talked about the size of rooms, wanting to know what is the facade looking like, we actually go through those things in detail, and we have actual information. So I think what she's asking is a little bit more context if you have it available for us to have, but I was gonna see if there was time to just come back and give us information, but the application is due now. So if you have that, can you show?
Absolutely, yes. And so I had planned on speaking a whole lot longer. I was trying to abbreviate it based
Yeah, yeah.
on the meeting time.
Do you have any specific questions you wanna ask him? Absolutely.
I'm
This is not, it's nothing in our
Is this gonna
packet
be a bidding
regarding
project,
this.
Mr.
So in the summary that I prepared, what you'll see is that the owner is also a general contractor, and they will be doing the work. And the city has $0 that they are putting into this. The only thing the city is being asked to certify is that the property is blighted, which we can all look at it and say it's blighted, and that the city would like to utilize the RF grants for this project as it's part of our key downtown district. And it's actually one of the only buildings that qualifies for mixed use on Main. When we looked at all the buildings on downtown, we don't have many two-story buildings that are in the condition that we could apply for this grant. And so this was a candidate that we felt like would make a difference. And so that's why we brought it to you.
Well, I agree with the project. That's the contract that, you know, our his work is excellent, and, he always does a good job.
So, yeah, the contractor is here if you'd like to speak to the owner contractor.
We just need the information, if you can email it to us,
Okay.
email us, because there's nothing back up in our packet, so we can get some
I'm
back.
for the project.
Yeah.
So this, if I vote yes for this tonight, is this locking us into this?
It's just applying.
You are agreeing as a body. You're saying it's okay, Charles and Heather, for you to ask the government to give you $500,000 to fix up the building downtown. That's what you're asking for. And I can tell you that everything that will be done will be in accordance to our amendments, our zoning ordinances, rather. Yeah.
Council, for the sake of time, it is 8:52. If you want to extend the meeting, we need to do so at this time.
I move that we extend the meeting.
Can you make caveat
To
to 9:30?
completion.
I really do have to get back home.
Pardon?
Can we stay to like 9:30? I gotta go home after this. We gotta do legislative agenda, and we have Dr. Morris, she's been waiting for Blue Zone. Yep. So
Or comments by council.
I'm leaving after Blue Zones.
Okay.
Comment.
All right. I move that we extend the meeting to 9:30.
Thank you. There's a friendly amendment to extend the meeting to 9:30. I'm not sure who seconded it. Who seconded this motion to extend? You did? Are you fine to stay to 9:30?
9:30. Well, if you want.
No, 9:30 is the friendly amendment. Okay, motion is to stay until 9:30. Moved by Councilor Joyner and seconded by Councilor Pelham. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway, Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Park,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes, thank you. So just to wrap this up, one, please give the clerk the documentation so we can have in our packet. Pelham did have the floor, as well as Denton. Those who are online, do you have anything to comment on this? I can make sure you get back into the order of talking.
I don't have anything to say.
All right, so Pelham, Denton, Joyner, that's what I have in the queue. Thank you.
I think I made my point. I think the, project is done in a exceedingly excellent manner. The contractor is chosen, so I would not turn down the government for $500,000, that's for sure.
No.
All right, thank you, Councilor Denton.
I guess I'm the holdout on this, but you all know me by now. I know what we've got downtown, and I'd like to see the bigger picture. I just don't have enough information.
Let me say this, which I hope will make you feel more comfortable. So we are working every day to advance the ball forward in economic activities. And the way that we do that is by placemaking, by making commercial spaces that are not leasable now, that are are dark and vacant by making those spaces viable. In order to get the money to do that, we have to seek outside funding because we don't have the funding right here to give economic development to make that happen. These projects, these buildings are so small. If I took regular commercial lending money to do it, it would not happen. It wouldn't pencil. 3 apartments and 2,500 square foot of front space and 5,000 back. You can't get enough rent revenue, which is why this grant project is there. I will tell you that when this project is done, if I have anything to do with it, which I do, I'm standing here, that you will be proud of it, and it will have good economic activity, and the space that's dark will have people living in it, working in it, paying rent, and businesses there. So I will give you my word on that, and I hope that that makes you feel better about this.
I'm not gonna say I'm not a naysayer, but I've seen too much come and go in downtown Hopewell. And that's why I guess I'm looking for the big picture of what is going to be, what you see is going to be downtown.
Heather,
Okay, Counselor Joyner, you done?
Yeah.
All right, Counselor Joyner?
Yes, I just want to say that I think this is a great project. The building is dreadful looking at the currently. This is going to rehab an architecturally significant building. It's in the historic district. They will have to comply with the Secretary of the Interior's standards in terms of the exterior. And we've been very successful in some of the other buildings that have been rehabbed downtown, where the yoga studio is currently now, has some beautiful apartments upstairs. They rented their lovely apartments, lovely spaces. So I think this will mirror that in many ways. So I think it will be an excellent addition. And so I look forward to seeing the revitalized space. And thank you very much.
Counselor Holloway?
Ditto to what Councilor Joyner just said, and kind of what
Denton?
Councilor Denton said as well, but I do have the confidence. I agree with Councilor Denton, however, I think since you've been on board and Heather's been on board, y'all been attacking a whole different type of direction, so I feel confident that the direction we're going now is much better than what was before, and I think we all had those concerns that Councilor Denton has, that we had them as well, but I do think y'all are quite capable and going in the right direction, so again, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so it's the last comment I have that I'm going to go back and see for a motion. I kind of feel the same way Councilor Denton feels. It's nothing personal towards anyone, but I would just say moving forward, if we can have the grant in our packet, any additional renderings or any information that will give us context, that would be helpful as well. It's not that lack of trust or faith, it's the fact that we're voting for something that we don't have a full understanding of. And I guess some people can say, well, you guys always did that. And that's the problem. And so we have to stop that, right? We got to stop it at some point in time. And so we've been trying to make steps. It's not for you, it's for all departments to give us full context when we're asked to make decisions, especially financial ones. And given the fact that we're having Robert Bob down here and we're trying to make these steps, we all just have to be more conscious about how we proceed, and that's all it is. So with that being said, I do support the project as well, but I would say, can you email us the information so that way if we have questions,
Yes.
we can reach out to you all or talk to the city manager. That would be good. And then I would just say the notes that I have for this resolution for the city attorney to make some amendments include there being verbiage regarding performance agreement and penalties therein, financial reporting and management of funds, to reflect whatever our requirements are, as well as the grant requirements. I asked for the insert to make sure it's very specific that it's for submittal of application to apply. And then also Councilor Joyner asked for there to make sure that there's 18 months for project completion included into the resolution. So with those amendments, and then the understanding being that the city attorney and manager will bring back any agreements if the grant is awarded prior to execution, that's what I understood to be the terms. Am I correct?
So should we take?
All right, so anybody want to make that into a motion?
I thought,
Well, we have to vote on this
Right, so
tonight.
they make a, yeah, a motion.
can I have a question? I mean, yeah, question before that last part in context, what you were,
About the agreement part?
when you were, yeah, because I thought he
Meaning-
was saying that,
Meaning, if there's any agreements that the city enters into outside of us
Right,
simply
okay, gotcha.
applying, that comes back to us.
all right, and one question, Madam Vice Mayor, the presentation that, I don't think Vice Mayor was here, but the presentation that y'all gave not so long ago, did it include, you remember the pictures and the,
The one in closed session?
no, here, the one that y'all gave, was that closed? I thought it was open.
He gave
You know
one
what I'm
with
talking
pictures, like land pictures and it was in closed session.
No, not the link, not that. I'm talking about with the, planning commission, what's the word, what's the thing? Ms. Jo-
Renderings,
The
aerial?
comprehensive plan?
With the pictures of downtown and all that was open, right?
Oh, I guess so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Was that one of the buildings that was included in there? You know how you did the little draw, the
The
blueprints?
the renders of downtown. So it is one of the buildings that is Fraser and Associates has targeted, which is what we'll show you with the new facade fronts. We'll email that around. We passed that a minute ago.
Yeah, because I know, like, with the skate rink, for instance, they had a thought of that maybe being like a brewery or et cetera, and then right down the street is like an open top.
Those were
Right,
renderings.
so I was saying, say it again, Counselor?
Those were just some renderings
Renderings, right.
Right, that's what I was
that
saying.
the
Is
other line-
I was saying, is this building in one of those? I can't remember.
It's in our regular renders of downtown, like the East Broadway, but it's not specific in what you saw.
Gotcha.
And just for clarification, Council Denton, you said you had to have a vote tonight because the application deadline already passed.
It's very important.
Yeah.
We told them that I would get a yes/no answer tonight, so they're holding our application essentially. And it's just an application to apply, and I totally respect anybody who understands that. We were not aware that it was going to be required this quickly. There was, as you know, there was some delays in the state getting their budgets passed. And so part of that is crunching us.
So if we vote on this, Madam Vice Mayor, or I guess I should be asking Attorney, whomever, if we vote on it, it's just them applying, we still had the authority, if it's something we don't agree with, to stop
Well,
it.
it's a commitment because if they
No,
get
I'm talking about it's a
then we get
commitment to apply, but not the commitment to the project.
It is.
It is.
Because
It is.
we're saying to the state that we support the project and that we want them to apply on our behalf.
So we can't stop that later if we don't agree on something?
I don't think so, but you can add the language that has been proposed here. You can add the key performance indicators, the timeline, financial management, and that the final agreement will come back before city council to be voted on, the final contract.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
And my other question is, this is simply the application for the grant. If they don't get this grant and persons want to come forward and buy that building and do the same thing with it, it'll still be doing.
This is only permission to approve, to apply for the grant. That's what we're asking for, permission to apply for the grant.
Right.
And then if it is received, to be used for those purposes that are in that summary sheet that I sent, which is the rehabilitation, all the building systems, 3 apartments, and then the commercial space on the first floor, which we already have a tenant lined up to go in that commercial space when it's ready.
All right, I yield the floor back to her motion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, please.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 1212, that we approve the application for grant funding from the Industrial Revitalization Fund's Mixed Use on Main Street Grant for rehabilitation of 207 East Broadway.
And that's with the friendly amendments that the
With
Vice
friendly
Mayor
amendments.
added? Okay.
As indicated.
Second.
Okay. Motion is moved by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Holloway. I would just say off the record, the friendly amendments are what I verbally stated and the city attorney
And the city attorney,
stated.
that's all I'm about to say too. Okay.
Or I'm just for the
So I
record.
still second.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? And as a reminder, for the sake of time, we do have 2 more presentations and we're coming up on the
I just
curve.
want to be sure.
All right, so, discussion?
Okay, one question. I could not hear the plexiglass with the city attorney. If we pass this motion right now, and you get the grant, we are obligating the city to move forward with this project.
No. If the agreement between the city and the owner doesn't come to fruition, then we give the money back, or that we never get the money. We just, it goes, stays in the IRF fund. But I've been working with the owner, and I'm very confident that what's going to happen, if we're provided the grant, that we're going to have an amazing renovation. The owner does high-quality work, and we'll have a nice retail space on the first floor, and we'll have apartments upstairs.
We're saying that we support the project, but just because if they were to get it doesn't mean that we have to accept the funds.
I just don't want to vote to tie us into something.
No, there's a window to get
There's
out of it.
no-
The way we have this worded, we're not obligated if we decide not to move forward.
Can
I
a
really
city
don't
attorney?
know enough about it. Nobody has talked to me or about it.
Right.
So I know nothing
I-
except what I've read here.
So Heather,
right.
And
So
I
just
can't
for-
obligate the city.
Can the
Correct.
city attorney
So
give more
just for, hold on,
clarification?
Counselor Holloway, you have a point of order? Do you have a point of order?
Yeah, she was saying that
Right.
she didn't hear the city attorney. I think
So
what
do
she
you have
said
a
was.
point of order? A point of information?
No, yeah, point of information. I could say point of order, point of information. Point of information.
Okay.
I think that what the city attorney said, if she repeats it to it, probably makes her feel better.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, can you speak into the microphone?
Yes, ma'am. Just for Council Holloway's point of information, the added factors to be added to the resolution number 1212 were the key performance indicators and penalties should be added to the resolution, the 18 months timeframe for project completion, the addition of financial management and a record of funds that should be provided to the city, to council, and then number 4, before the final agreement is signed, that the contract would come back before city council for final approval.
For final approval?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, any other discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
thank you so much.
All right, moving forward, we have the presentation of City of Hopewell 2024 legislative agenda. We have Director Hawks from the Communications and Relations Director, and Mr. Bragg is our consultant here to present. I will say while they're walking up, Counselor Joyner and I serve as the council members for the legislative committee. We work alongside the city attorney and the city manager as well as committee members as well. I would say we met several times to talk about this packet. What provided to you guys is a recommendation that we support. However, as you guys see in the email, there was an additional documentation provided in regards to other recommendations from council members for consideration. If you would like to add those to this packet for adoption, you can do that as well. Be mindful that we had to submit information to the state to go to General Assembly already. That deadline has passed. So if you would like to add on to this, feel free, but just know that our state representatives have already started and I think have ended the process of them trying to get their initial items in queue. We gave them what we had drafted with good faith that you guys would support this. So I'm just saying new ideas will most likely have to be finessed to get back on their items. So with that further ado, keep in mind for the time, I pass over to Mr. Bragg to present for council.
Vice Mayor Gore, members of City Council, Attorney Smith, Madam Clerk, Dr. Manka, and citizens of Hopewell, good evening. Before I begin my presentation, I want to just acknowledge the Legislative Committee, which consists of Vice Mayor Gore, Councilor Joyner, Dr. Manka, Attorney Smith, and Ms. Hawks. I am pleased to present to you the 2024 City of Hopewell State Legislative Agenda. Now, if you return to page 4 of your package, page 4 of the agenda, there are 23 items listed. I'm going to highlight, for the sake of time this evening, only 10 of those. If you want me to ask specific questions, I'll be happy to respond to you in writing on those. The first item on the agenda is B-Pole and machinery and tools tax. If you turn to the next page, is machinery and B-Pole tax. That is an item on this agenda because it generates a large portion of revenue for the city. The second item on the agenda is support for education, schools, construction, and modernization. This item also plays a major part of the city's budget. Moving down to number 5, the fifth item on the city's agenda is public transit funding support. The access to public transportation in the city is necessary for hundreds who would otherwise have fewer options, if any at all. The city is requesting $250,000 annually to assist with the high cost of public transit. Number 6 on the list, the sixth item on the city's agenda is support for historic rehabilitation and tax credits, which you was just discussing a few minutes ago. This program encourages private sector growth and investments in rehabilitating and reusing historic buildings, which include tax incentive and tax credit programs. So moving down to number 9. The ninth item on the city's agenda is continued support for the preservation of local taxing authority and fees. I think you all would agree that council has some 26 different taxes and fees at its disposal, so you don't want to lose any of those. It's very essential to maintain that. Moving over to item number 14. Item number 14 is a statement regarding physical stress. The city of Hopewell ranks 11 out of 133 governments. The lower the ranking, the higher the physical stress. Physical stress refers to the growing imbalance between revenue and expenditures over a period of time. It also deals with the locality's ability to generate additional revenue from its current tax base. The Commonwealth of Virginia uses physical stress in allocating state aid to localities. Moving down to number 16. The number 17 on the city's agenda is funding support for homeless and mental health. The city's unsheltered population have increased by 51% since the COVID-19 safety protocols expired. Therefore, the city is requesting $500,000 annually to support the operation of year-round shelter and also supports mental health care and related services. Moving to item number 20. Item number 21 on the city's agenda is a request for $16.5 million. It has to do with the water renewal oxygen plant replacement. This funding would reduce the financial burden of the city and industry and reduce energy uses and air emissions, which improves air quality. Number 21. Item number 22 on the city's agenda is another request for funding in the amount of $1.5 million regarding the city's Riverwalk expansion project, Phase 3. This project would create a safe and convenient route for residents and visitors to enjoy the waterfront and engage in recreational activities in addition to repairing the Weston Manor staircase. Moving down to 22. The last item, number 23 on the city's 24 legislative agenda is a funding request for $3 million. This funding request would expand the leach operation and storage capacity to accept additional leach from the surrounding landfill and increase outside revenue sources for capital improvement. And number 23, I would say pages 12 and 13 are support statements. And finally, the 2024 City of Hopewell State Legislative Virginia Assembly package includes $21,750,000 worth of new funding requests. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bragg. Counselor Joyner?
Yes, I'd just like to thank Mr. Bragg for the great job that he's done on this. I want everybody out there to know that it has been probably 45 years since this city has submitted anything to the General Assembly such as this. And not since Mr. Bragg retired has the city submitted anything, which is not a good thing. And I'm very glad that he's been retained to help us through this phase. It's been a joy to work with him, and I appreciate all he's done for us. And, I just want to say thanks once again and look forward to perhaps getting some of these items funded by the General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Holloway? You had
That's
your
me.
light. Oh, you hit his light then.
What's the difference in the two packages that we just received?
Okay.
So the second package that I passed out to you, those are the additional requests. They did, it's to give you an opportunity of what all the other requests that did not make the packet, to open up an opportunity to have a discussion about any items that you want to include in the overall package.
I like, it's not on there, but I really think we have to do something about mold and landlords. I mean, it's just people who are dying that really physically, from inhalation of mold in their old apartments. And some new ones, so whatever y'all can do to arrange something to amend this, to put something to make landlords, there's no one that's checking after to make the landlords eradicate the mold. They say they were eradicating it, but the tenant, they don't know their rights, so they limit it in getting, justice with these things. It's horrible, and, please do something with that.
So for the sake of time, I know we talked about this before, Mr. Bragg was here. I think the code section says that mode inspection is done by the health department. We could put in the ask that it goes to the planning commission, I mean, not planning commission, planning department for a locality or some verbiage like that. Is everybody, I mean, that could be our ask.
Yeah.
Is that good?
I would like code to do it, because the health department is not gonna go out.
Right,
on it.
right. So the question is to allow Hopewell the ability to have our code department do it as opposed to the health department. Okay. Everybody consensus to add that on there? Okay, Mr. Bragg, I think you nodded your head. I had that correct, right? Okay. Any other comments, questions, feedback for those who are in person or online? Council joiners next, Mayor Parton or Council Harris after Council Joyner, you can jump in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can speak after Ms. Joyner.
Okay, I just wanted to say that we can look at these and together as the legislative committee, pull together some of the suggestions that are being made tonight. And then, obviously, the first request has already gone to the General Assembly, but we can send over additions and hopefully, they'll recognize us somewhat. We hope to get some attention, but we could discuss that in legislative committee and then get back to full council at the next meeting.
Right. If I'm hearing you correctly, I think what I would recommend, and with the committee to have a meeting
Yes.
with the committee to talk about some options, because it sounds like to me you want a charter change or a code change to give Hopewell some specific authority to do a specific task.
Yes.
So if that's the case, you've already missed the deadline for the charter change, which was the first week of December.
Yeah.
You've already missed that. So we can look at some other options.
Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Parton?
Yeah, the one recommendation that I'd like to see if there is consensus is the idea that Dr. Reynolds presented to us, just to give Hopewell the ability to explore it. If it comes back that it's not conducive for our community, then we don't have to go any further with it. But I think we owe it to the citizens to at least explore the option and get the state's permission to do just at least that much. The other thing with the wastewater plant capital improvements, I have no problem, if City Council, as a whole, wants to move forward with just those two specific projects. The one thing that I just want everyone to know that if we do a leachate expansion project and we don't have the additional processes in place, like removing phosphorus, removing ammonia, moving nitrogen, improving our solids removal process, like through the bar screens, and making sure that we have an incinerator that works more efficiently, we may not see as much revenue coming in through the leachate expansion project. So that's just one of those. I want to make sure that everyone kind of has the same shared understanding with that in order for the leachate expansion project to be, more successful, that we would like to see it and make revenue off of it, that we got to make sure that we have all the equipment and the processes in place in order to make sure that we're not overloading our system with solids and nutrients, and then having to buy more phosphorus credits and then sell less nitrogen credits.
Thank you, Mayor Parton. Just for point of clarification, the remaining items that's not on the list, are you saying all of them are needed for the expansion, or can you just point out the few that's needed?
Well, they all go towards working towards the overall improvement of the process. The idea that we had at the commission level was we wanted good projects that were going to reduce air emissions, so we didn't have to get a more stringent air permit. Okay. Which you can see from the oxygen plant and the air incinerator. We also wanted to make sure that we're not taking on more nutrient loads. So, which is why we wanted to put additional analyzers with the MBBR process to make sure that we're monitoring ammonia and nitrogen. And then same thing on the phosphorus. And then with better bar screens, we remove more solids in the process, which has the secondary effect of making sure that we pull more phosphorus out, so we're not having to buy those credits. So we tried to prioritize them in the order that we'd like to see them. My recommendation would be let's put them all out there and see what the General Assembly may or may not be willing to give us. And then when we do our capital budget on the local level, those projects that we don't get funded through the state, then we can put those on our CIP plan for the budget and approve them to move them forward.
Okay, thank you. All right, for the sake of time, we have a few moments left. What I hear is there's a consensus for the legislative committee to move forward with that verbiage for mold inspections and to get that sent over to General Assembly. Is that correct? Yes. Correct? Okay.
Yes.
There is a general consensus, well, I can say general consensus, is there a consensus for the legislative committee to research the SVT and to bring that back to council, but not necessarily to the General Assembly, to bring it back to council? Council.
We need to know before it goes
to
the state.
To council. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then the last one is with the additional ask of funding. As you can see, legislative committee, we selected 3 off of this list, but we did not opt to do the entire list. Right. Is anyone besides Mayor Parton want to include this entire list of asks in the packet?
I think we should.
That's fine.
Okay, you guys say we're gonna add this to the packet. Okay, so
Add to the packet. But
all right.
not
So,
the-
is there a motion to adopt the legislative packet with the additional funding asked as an amendment, and for the legislative committee to move forward with the mold to send to the General Assembly and to come back with a recommendation regarding SVT?
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes. All right, thank you so much. So, Dr. Morris, you're down to 7 minutes as opposed to 10. So just slide on up here. You got 7 minutes to talk about blue zones. You can make a motion to extend it for 10 minutes. I can't make a motion.
We will extend.
Extend this time.
How much time do you need, Doctor?
10
Oh,
minutes.
I'll
No,
just
he
take
gets
10
10
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah.
10. But I'll take
That's
whatever
what he
you give me.
gets. It's 10 minutes. That's the presentation time.
Let's see what it gets to.
Don't push it.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to extend the meeting 10 minutes for, no, there's a motion on the floor to allow Dr. Morris 10 minutes to present blue zones. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Joyner. Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Counselor Denton?
I know.
Yes or no?
10 minutes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yeah.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes. Go. All right, 10 minutes, buddy.
For those of you who don't know, I'm Dr. Cliff Morris. I'm a cardiologist, been in the Hopewell area for the last 30 years. And I'm going to get you guys home because I've got to go to the hospital after this, and then I'm going to go home. I wanted to tell everybody about the Blue Zone in Hopewell, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present to all of you. I don't know if it's going to come up here, but it's something that I've been working on for the last 2 or 3 years now. There we go. If you go to the second slide there, you'll see what happened in 2014. These are statistics of the mortality rates and the disease rates here in Hopewell. And hopefully I'm going to leave you with a very uplifting and presentation to end the night. These are the mortality rates here, and I want to call your attention to all-cause mortality there. This is per 100,000 people in Hopewell in 2014. It was 1,415. In the state of Virginia, it was 917. In the U.S., it was 930. So basically, all-cause mortality was almost double there for Hopewell. And if you look at the incidence of ischemic heart disease and cardiovascular disease and diabetes, you'll see that, again, Hopewell also pulls higher than both Virginia and the U.S. Combined there. I see this in my office on a day-to-day basis, and that's a big reason why I'm here today, is to talk about the Blue Zones in Hopewell. In 2018, the city proposed a 10-year plan that by 2028, we will be addressing these issues, and the issues will be based off of the socioeconomic factors in the city, the access to health care, the healthy behaviors in the city, and also the physical activity of the city. This was a part of your 2018 10-year plan, so that by 2028, these issues would be addressed. And fortunate for us, we have a mechanism to do this. For those of you who are not familiar with Blue Zones, these are places in the world like Okinawa, Japan, Sardinia, Italy, Costa Rica, where people live on average 10 to 15 years longer than we do here in the United States. I would encourage you all to please look at the Netflix special that just came out it's called Living to 100, Secrets of the Blue Zone. Just now came out. I've watched it twice, and I consider it required reading. And I think I also presented all of you the Blue Zone magazines here several months ago, and I would encourage you to look at that. Hopewell has the possibility of becoming the first Blue Zone in the state of Virginia, which I think is quite exciting. If we go to the next slide, we see that about 50 or 60 different cities in the United States right now are vying to become Blue Zones. And so it's a highly coveted honor to have, and to have the city of Hopewell to be the first city to have this, I think would be absolutely astonishing. So if you skip you can go to the next slide now. The question becomes, what is this process comprised of? There are 3 parts to this process that you see. It actually looks like 4 up there, but the first 3 are what I want to focus on. The Blue Zone Project is an organization that actually comes into the city and starts to direct the city at the government level, the business and school level, and also on the community level, to move into a direction to make it easier for everyone to get healthier. And that is at every socioeconomic level here in Hopewell. The first phase there is the assessment and development phase you see on the left, and that's typically 3 to 6 months, where they come in with a tremendous amount of data gathering, and they will propose an a la carte menu of items for the city to choose from that will help to, in their analysis, so that they can begin the foundation stage, 6 to 8 months. And this is where they develop a strategic plan for the city. This is followed by a transformation phase, which is 5 to 10 years. And then finally a certification at the very end that Hopewell becomes an official Blue Zone. In talking with the Blue Zone people, because Hopewell is a smaller city, relatively speaking, to places like Fort Worth, Texas, which is now officially a Blue Zone, it's a huge city, they feel like this process will take even a shorter amount of time, but it all depends on how aggressively the city wants to jump in with this. The next slide there, the cost of this will cost nothing to the city, and that's always a question. How much will the city have to pay for this? Typically, it starts off with $75,000, and this will be raised through businesses in the area and insurance companies. And we already have one business, James Enoch, has already donated $10,000 to this, so now the sum is now down to $74,000. And he is very excited. As those of you who know James Enox, he is now 95 years old and a living example of what this Blue Zone is all about. He is all about healthy eating. Former mayor of this city, probably 50 or 60 years ago, and still mind sharp, still running his business, and would love to see this move forward. And he's actually going to be looking to other area businesses to jump on board with this. So the first part of this is $75K. Again, no requirement for the city to jump in on this, none at all, okay, from a financial standpoint. The second stage of this is the foundation and planning phase, which is can run anywhere from $800 to $1.5 million, $800K to $1.5 million, and then the transition phase is about 5 to 10 years, and that can be $1 million per year. I would like everybody just to focus on the $75K. I don't want to get way off into, well, what happens to the rest of it. I got caught up into that, but what we have to do now at this point is to get the Blue Zone organization here to give us the direction, and that part, first part, will be the 75, well, now $74K. That we are
65.
Somebody fix the price.
65. You said 10,000. He gave us 65.
No. 75K subtract 10. Yes, excuse me, 65.
It's late.
Yes, 65K, which sounds a lot better. So, I've had multiple conversations around the city over the last 2 to 3 years, including the school board, who is all on board, including the hospitals, all on board, the Chamber of Commerce. I've been talking about this for a long time, and everybody asked me, Dr. Morris, you've been talking a lot. When are we going to move forward? And that's the reason why I'm here tonight. I want to leave you with a clear example of how this affects a city, and this is Albert Lea, Minnesota. Virtually a identical city to Hopewell. It's about 18,000 people. They got the Blue Zone project to come to their city. And one of the quotes I want you to look at, and you can't see it up there, but it's a quote from a gentleman in Albert Lea, Minnesota. And it says, Blue Zone's project helped our community set amazing, aggressive, and achievable strategies that move the public health agenda further in 10 months that I could have expected in 10 years. And if you look at the results of this, it resulted in a 2.9 years added to the projected lifespan of everybody in the city, a 49% drop in health care claims, a 35% drop in smoking, 8.6 million savings in annual health care costs for employers resulting from declining in smoking, $1.5 million investment in downtown building permits, and a jump in the health rankings for Minnesota from 68 out of 87 counties up to 45th in the city count out of 87 counties. That's a 20-point jump, which is quite phenomenal, and that's by bringing the Blue Zones to this area. So I leave you with the thought of what that H stands for. And when people first saw the H, they had a lot of thoughts about it. When I look at that H, I think of health. I think of happiness. I think of harmony. I think of my patients that come to see me in the office on a day-to-day basis, and I get a lot. I've been taking care of the folks at Hopewell for 30 years now. I've been waiting for this. And by affecting folks on a very personal level, you're going to generate a lot of economy for the city. And, we've been talking about a lot of construction of buildings. Well, let's talk about constructing better health for the people here in the city. So I thank you for the opportunity, and I would love to have a letter of support for this organization. With this, we will bring the Hopewell project here to give us a lot more information about the nitty-gritty details, which we are ready and prepared to do.
All right, guys.
Thank you very much
Dr.
for the
Morris,
opportunity.
For your presentation. The resolution isn't in our packet, so if council doesn't mind, because I've been working on this with Dr. Morris as well for many years. During COVID, we had a webinar from Keep Home to Blue Zone and some other
Keep
stuff.
Home to Blue Zone.
So
Absolutely, yeah.
if council doesn't mind, if we get you the resolution via email, but we're also asking for a letter of support.
Letter of support also.
That he may be able to share with potential partners in regards to solicit funds. And I would also ask that council consider if he needs to represent from on behalf of the city to go with him, that I can be the point of contact with him to continue working on this. But again, there's no request for dollars at this time. So for the sake of time, Council Denton has relied on, so I would just say that a resolution supporting the city in pursuing blue zone discussions, and for him to say that he has the blessing of council to solicit funds.
So
Via
moved.
resolution, a letter, and I can serve as a point of contact to help him.
Yeah, second that.
All right, Counselor, who made the move? Okay, Counselor Pelham, motion,
second it.
seconded by Counselor Joyner. Now we're in discussion. Counselor has your light on.
Is this costing the city any money?
No, it is not.
Okay, I heard it, but I want to hear it one more time.
It absolutely
It's
is not.
not
costing the city money.
obligating
It is
the
not
city?
obligating the city to any $0.
$0. All right,
$0.
John.
It's costing people lives, actually.
Huh?
If we didn't do this, then a lot more in terms of the cost of healthcare is going to go way up in the city. It's already up, but it's going to continue. But to answer your question, no, it is not. The city is not required to pay anything towards this.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll send the drafts out to your email so you can still see before he actually starts using it, since it's not in the packet. Resolution and letter, and then point of contact, okay? Any other questions or discussion? All right, thank you, Dr. Morris. Thank you, Dr. Maker, for also helping him get this on the agenda. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you. We are adjourned. Have a good night. Merry Christmas. Madam Clerk, don't forget to make a note to check to see who was last.
All right, you said make a note to do what?
To find out who
Oh, yeah, okay.